Hmm, that's a bug. Hey, what's up, Lokia Boo? How are you? Hello, Ismail Nizer. How are you? Good to see you. How goes it? Sorry, I found a bug in my app, so I was distracted there for a second. Nice to see you all. I slept in a bit this morning. Got something stuck in my throat. Slept in a bit this morning, so I'm starting a little later than usual. But I'm here. But I'm chair. I gotta fix my camera too. It's a little. There we go. That's better. I'm on a Golang arc. I am because of boot.dev. I actually started my Golang arc last fall. So I did Advent of Code in Golang last year. So we started learning Go probably September, October, but they teach you in boot.dev you either can learn Python and Go or Python and Go or Python and TypeScript, and we chose the Python and Go path. So that's what we're doing today is building a we're working on building a Pokedex for boot.dev. That's my current major on stream goal is to become a archmage on boot.dev. That's the that's the goal. We are making progress slowly but surely. I talk too much while I stream. It makes my productivity horrible. That was funny running into you the other day in Bash Bunny's stream. It's nice to see familiar faces on the internet. That's right, as long as you're having fun. That's right, man. I always tell people I still have about probably 19 years until I get to a point, hopefully, where I can retire. So I got to do something in that. I gotta find something to do to fill that time. Yeah, I do. I do like creating. I've been making content actually on YouTube for a really long time. So I originally was really into. I still am, and I probably once my kids get out of my house, I'll probably make a career change. But I was really into fitness, and so I've had a YouTube channel and I've been making content for a long time. It's just the first content I made was around fitness. So like if you search around the YouTube, you can find videos of me going back to, let's see, 14 years ago. How old was I in this video? I'm 33 now, so I'd been 19 years old. 19 years old. So I've always enjoyed making things on the internet. Just my current interests right now are kind of in coding and programming, and I find it fun to talk to other people. Yeah, I've been in the game for a long time, just not doing anything successfully. I. Even now, I'm not very successful at it. But it's a nice creative outlet. You know, it's the same. It's just like with coding and programming, right? You just if you like to make things, right? It's a good way to spend your. I feel like the more time you spend creating versus consuming, um, the better life often feels. Good morning, Justin. Nice to see you. Starting a little later this morning, but I'm here. I'm here. Let's see. Where did we leave off? I think we were writing tests. We were writing the tests. Boot.dev. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, I can't blame them though, because a lot of people want to make, like, a lot of people want to make content creation their livelihood, or they have gone ahead and made it their livelihood. So once you turn something into the thing that puts food on your family's table, it can't really just be right about creating or having fun anymore. It has to be about doing things that get you views. Unfortunately, because you need the you need the money. You know, if making content is what I was using to feed my family, you know, I'd probably be making videos about my agentic AI workflow that I don't believe in or care about, but that's what everybody wants to see, you know. So that's just the name of the game. And I don't hate the player, you know, hate the game type of thing. I'm happy just being a W-2 employee and collecting my paycheck and put money in my 401k and doing content for fun. People also bought viewers. I didn't know that. I remember back in the day on Instagram, there used to be these like it was almost like clubs, and they would get together in like Facebook groups, and they all had this like agreement. You know, you'd have like a group of like 800 people, and they all had this agreement that they would like each other's posts and comment on each other's posts as this way to try to like jumpstart their accounts and their followings and stuff. I don't know, that side of the whole content story has just always icked me. It's always icked me, and I've never been able to participate in it. And that's probably why everything I've ever put on the internet has very few eyeballs on it. You know? But I just can't do it. I just can't do it. They still do that way? Oh, nice. Nice. I can't do that. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. Yeah, almost like it's almost like forced networking or greed networking, where it's like, hey, I have this page, you have that page. We're all going to like each other's stuff. We're all going to comment on each other's stuff. We're all going to try to help just kind of game the algorithm, basically, right? But instead of using bots, we're using actual human connection and relationship. Remote W-2 plus supplemental equals goated life. Yes. Yeah, remote work is working from home has just been such a blessing in my life, and I try not to take that for granted ever, you know. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, it's a weird place, man. The internet can be a weird place. I'm at the office right now. Well, well, then me and Justin won't brag too much, but yeah, I agree with Justin's commentary. Work from home is OP, as the kids say. It is OP. Okay, I think where we left off with this, I had finally gotten the tests working. Cool. But there was a few more tests I needed to add. Let's see, REPL.go. I think we just have one on here. Yeah, we just have the one test. So we just basically check to make sure that it prints the prompt, but we need to check other things too. So we print the Pokedex, we scan. I wonder, we're not going to be able to simulate this, are we? You'd have to wrap the scanner. Which I guess we could do, right? We just have to wrap the scanner so we can pass in a we'd also have to wrap clean input. Okay, so I think that's what I'll do. I'll just do your classic dependency injection type stuff. Let's see. So let's add a. Where are we? We're in REPL. Let's add a interface, and we'll call this this type is already called a scanner, so calling another interface a scanner kind of seems dumb, doesn't it? It's a buff.io.scanner. I wonder if this is an interface. Is this an interface? Let's see. No, that's a struct. What would be a good name for this? How about just line reader? No, that's dumb. Input reader? I'm just gonna call it, yeah. I'm just gonna call it input scanner. Okay, and then we really just need 1, 2, 3 methods on this. So this would be scan, returns a bool, right? Scan, bool, and then error, which I think calls error, returns an error. Yep. And then text, which I think just returns string. Text. Just returns that. Yeah. So then the idea here would be we could pass in a input scanner, right? And then we could refactor the main loop to pass a buff.io.new scanner. Like that. Not enough arguments in call to buff.io. Oh, so this would be the reader. Okay, so maybe we can actually simplify this. Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing I'm thinking in my head is that the only reason we're passing in the scanner is to pass to the IO reader, then why are we passing in the IO reader? But the problem is the IO reader is kind of what lets us in our test look at what we've written. I'll just keep doing this. I'm just gonna keep doing this. So go back here. We'll see if this definitely is looking weird right now but this is what we're gonna do for the moment. Okay. Hey Mark, what's up, dude? Good morning. Sorry, I was locked in there for a second. Appreciate you stopping by the stream, dude. Thank you at Mark. Whoops. Where are you? You're on Twitch? Yeah. No, you're on YouTube too. I vibe coded what is turning into a self-assessment tool for coding, and it turns out the code is unmaintainable garbage as a result. Dun dun dun! Shocker. No, that's. I'm sure people out there have vibe coded very maintainable, non-garbage code. It's so bad. I was prepared for a little bit of bad, but this is insane. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how people do it without. I mean, I think if you do it, like you have to either, in my opinion, there's one or two things. You either vibe code and you don't give a shit about the like code quality because in your mind you think, well, as long as the agent can work with it, who cares? Or two, you have to be extremely diligent about reviewing every single thing the AI does, right? Because it just seems like no matter what you do, the agent tends to always take the path of least resistance. Like one thing I notice it does a lot in C# code bases that always irks me is like if it runs into an analyzer warning, it'll just it'll just disable the analyzer. Let me just throw something in your editor config to get rid of that. I have 400 tests. Nice. He has a ton of for loops and tests, which drive me absolutely wild. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. I mean, again, it's one of those things where it's like, what are you gonna do, right? It's like, I don't know. Apparently, some people say you shouldn't care about the code quality. Some people say you should read the code. Some people say you shouldn't read the code. I don't know, man. I just think of what. Have you guys ever seen that scene from Kung Fu Panda? Let me pull it up here and grace you all with this bit of wisdom this morning. All right. Hold on to your hats, people. Really embrace this moment, okay? This is some wisdom coming straight from one of those great movies.
Maybe I should just quit and go back to making noodles.
Quit, don't quit. Noodles, don't noodles. You are too concerned with what was and what will be. There's a saying, yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That is why it is called the present.
Read the code, don't read the code, noodle, don't noodle, vibe code, don't vibe code. Who cares, man? You're gonna die. We're all gonna die. Who cares? My vacuum's too loud. I cannot hear it. Oh, I'm sorry, man. It's good. It's good. I'll link it in the chat. It's good. It's wise words of wisdom. Said in a funny way, which are the best words of wisdom. I'll put it in the chat. One sec. Nihilist spin to Uguay's words. Yes. Yes. You're gonna die, man. Who cares? Just do what you want. Life is too short. It's too fucking short, man. Okay, here we go. Wise words. Yeah, that's all you can do. I declare Oblivion an XP programmer by 2000 standards. What did she say? Sorry. Good morning, Oblivion. I think we should always read the code, always uphold high code quality, especially so if it's for commercial purposes. And refactors should happen. LLMs are actually a great tool for helping to rewrite / improve large code bases. Just needs to be done intentionally. Yep. And I guess the other caveat there is you have to actually know, you actually have to have an opinion about what high code quality is, right? And you're only going to get that through actually reading code and writing code yourself. So yeah, I completely agree with your take. Completely agree. Satya, good morning, Satya. Hope you're doing well this morning. Hopefully life's treating you as well as you deserve. I don't know if I agree. I've seen way too much success with mediocre or bad code. Well, I'll have to say I second what Dota is saying, is that does the things that I feel matter actually matter? Probably not, right? Has millions of dollars been generated on the most spaghetti of code? It probably has. I guess it's just one of those arbitrary things that you have to decide matter, right? Does it matter to you? You know? And it just goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's like you need to do what you want to do, you know? I mean, obviously you got to earn a paycheck and you got to work, right? And you got to do what the boss man says. But beyond that, it's like, I don't know, if you want to not care about code quality, don't care about code. You know, it's like who fucking cares, man? Who cares? Just do what you want. Because mediocre and bad code gets done first. This is true. Well, I mean, you have to put it in the context, right? If you're a startup company, or if you're a company that's just trying to get, if you're a company who's just trying to make payroll, right? The existential threat to you and your company, code quality doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter in that. And I completely understand why it doesn't. Like, you're talking about people's livelihoods. We're trying to make sure that people can get a paycheck so that they can pay their rent and their mortgage and all those things, right? So the craft of software engineering, get that out of here. So I do empathize with it a bit, you know. All right, let's go over here and let's grab the signature of this function. And then we're just going to call this, what are we going to call this? Sanitizer. And how do I define a func in a... We say func input. Oh, I guess that's what's throwing it off. Missing parameter name. So I just want a function that takes in a string and returns a slice of strings. There we go. Okay, and then we'll call sanitizer down here. That. So the whole point of this is just to make it so that we can test the REPL. So now what we can do is we can pass in a scanner that when error is called, we just always return an error. And then we can verify that this gets printed. So let's go to our test case here. Obviously, now we have to provide these things. So by default, we can just do we can do buff.io.new scanner. Devs need to realize that code also can affect the lives of real people. It can. I mean, it can. It's just it's all very squishy. You know what I mean? The whole kit and caboodle are just it's nothing about it's hard and fast. A lot of it's opinionated. A lot of it is arbitrary. A lot of it is like your own personal values and ethics, right? It's like what's important to you. It's very individual. It's sometimes fluid at times. We'll just default. So we'll just have defaults. Actually, I kind of like that better. Let me go back here for a sec. And actually, let's go to let's go have default parameters. Hey Tino, I have an important question. PC or gaming consoles? I play on a console. I just play on an Xbox. It's nothing fancy. I tried PC gaming and just haven't liked it, haven't enjoyed it. So I've just always ended up back on a console. I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but it's just never been my thing, you know? Okay, we'll do that. Let's make sure the test pass. Okay, this will pass. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll add some other parameters here, I guess. Because see, we're in a table test, right? So we need to basically, on some tests, we want to pass in a mock implementation of scanner, and some tests we want to pass in a clean input. So now what we need to do is we essentially need to define this as a, maybe we do a function. So we call this get scanner, and this is going to be a function. It takes nothing and it returns a input scanner. And then this will be get sanitizer function, and this returns a func of string that returns an array of string like this. And then that means that down here, we can just declare some anonymous lambdas that return, so it's like buff.io.new scanner. So this actually needs to take in, the strings.reader type. So we'll do R. Cannot use value of type R string as func. Value in struct literal. Too many return values. Hey, what's up, Kale? Good morning, man. Hope you're doing well. Nice to see you. Recently developed an interest in TUIs after following you. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I think TUIs have had. Swear to God, you're the man, Steven. I'm the man. I'm the man. No, I'm not the man at all. But I do like a good console game. So yeah, I like TUIs too. I've been so surprised at how much you can get done in a TUI and how complicated they can be. But I've had fun building it. Every one that I've built so far, I've had a ton of fun building. So I hope you're having fun too. Just did 30 rounds of Black Ops 7 zombies. Wow, dude. That's impressive. That is impressive. So this is actually is a pointer. Too many return values. Have buffio.scanner. Want nothing. But I thought that's what I've defined up here is that get scanner receives. Get scanners of func that returns input scanner. Oh. I put this in the wrong. I'll put this in the wrong function signature. Didn't I? First time you played the new COD? It's a fun game. Zombies is fun. Still probably my favorite game. I am the external project Annie. One project will never finish because big scope and I'm unskilled. Just need to make a script that will release it when I have no online activity for over a month. That's actually a really interesting idea for a developer tool for motivation. A ticking time bomb that's like, hey man, this is going out whether you like it or not. So you better try to work on it. That's pretty funny. Someone should build that. What are you working on? I am currently still working on the Pokemon Index, but or Pokedex. But right now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to write a test that allows me to test all the insides of my REPL. And so I'm trying to basically, I'm writing table tests, right? So I'm passing in the input and the input and the expected output dynamically using these structs. But in my REPL, I have to pass in the dependencies for the scanner and that the function that we use to sanitize the input so that I can verify that these lines of logic actually execute the way I want them to, right? So I need to be able to control what these methods and functions return. I mean, obviously I could go into the internals of error and see like what makes a scanner error, but I just think it's much easier just to do some classic dependency injection, just pass in mock implementations myself. That's I'm a big DI guy, you know. I like myself a nice dependency injection container. But I can't figure out why this struct is off. So cannot use func r pointer strings dot reader value of type r incompatible assign. I don't understand. This is a strings.reader. This is an input scanner. If this returns, which I would think new scanner would satisfy the input scanner. Too many return values, which is just not correct. There can't be too many return values because I'm declaring this as a... Oh. I promise I've written Go before in my life. Okay, and then we'll do the same thing with get input or get sanitizer. Same idea. Only you return clean input. So now we can do c.sanitizer, and we then can call c.getScanner and pass in our input. And if that all worked, should pass it. Cool. So now for our next case, we want to test that when scanner errors, we can say it should print appropriate error message when scan fails. So the whole point of this was be able to say, then we can say, okay, our input's going to be an empty string. We expect that the REPL is going to give us back this message like that. And the way we're going to get it to do that is we're going to pass in a stubbed implementation. That will do default sanitizer. And then here, what we'll do how do we want to do this? I guess what we can do is we can just define a struct, not structs. How do I want to do this? I guess I just want like a mock input scanner. So we do return mock input scanner. And I think what I'll do is I'll just define this outside so that we can reuse it. So we'll do what do we do here? Hey, what's up, Winterwind? How are you? I'm doing well. Nice to see you again. It probably exists, but I don't know. I'm bored and want to make something. Maybe if I'm lucky, I can manage to put my own spin on it. There's this cool tool in the Rust community called Cargo Dist, and it makes publishing things very easy using GitHub Actions. I actually just used it to make my Termato application, my Pomodoro timer for the terminal. And I was thinking when you brought up that idea of like automatically publishing projects for people, it made me think of this thing. It would be really cool if you had a package and you called it Autodist, or I don't know, something like that, that people could add to their project. And it doesn't have to, I mean, I guess it could be whatever language you prefer. It'd probably have to be somewhat language aware, a language aware tool. Um, but think like a JavaScript version of this, right? Where you publish it to npm, someone says npm install Autodist, and it basically is sitting there in the background. It's like some sort of cron job or something it registers, or something it does on the machine that starts a timer, right? And on that particular schedule, it just goes ahead and says npm pack and pushes it to npm. Or if you're talking in the C# world, it would do it for NuGet, or whatever the package thing of choice is, package manager of choices. I guess it could also be like you could auto deploy to a server or something, But yeah, I think it's an interesting idea, because you hear a lot of people complain about not being able to finish projects, right? I remember back in the day when I was in the fitness world, there was a website that came out where it was like people would put money on the line for weight loss goals, which was kind of interesting. You'd say, if I don't lose X number of pounds by this date, I lose $50 or something like that. Some people need that external motivation. So how many languages are you using by now? As I remember, C, C++, Rust, and C#. So I would say the languages that I use and feel competent working in professionally are C# and TypeScript. I think Go is sort of on the way there, because I've been writing a lot of Go over the last, year, 8 months, 9 months. I think Go is moving up the list there. Rust, I'm still a ways away from feeling any level of competency, but I really do enjoy getting better at it and writing it, so I'm doing that more. What else? C, we just learned C. I'm not competent in C at all. I've written probably 500 lines of it. It was a very interesting exercise to write it and learn about it. I don't know if I'll ever go back and revisit it. Personally, that's just me. I've never written any C++. I don't know if I ever will. I think if I had to try another language right now, it would probably be something like F#, or something that's like a truly functional language. I think I've never really written a language like that, so I'd probably like to try, one of those things that's far on the other end of the spectrum. I think that would be fun. I think this year for Advent of Code, I'm going to try to do it in Rust. So that's kind of my goal as far as language ability goes this year. One of my online friends made Farmville for whatever those online games are, where you can kind of passively build a farm, but for walking. I think it's a great idea. That is a great idea. Yeah, some people really need that external motivation to, that's why like Pokemon Go is great for some people to get their exercise in. Yeah. And maybe we need some developer tools like that, right? Like maybe you have some game on your machine that monitors a Git repo, right? And for so many lines added, or for so much activity, you get to advance your character, right? Or build your farm. I think that's kind of an interesting idea for devs, because you just hear people complain a lot about not being able to finish projects. I could implement a little game where progress unlock. Yeah, I think that'd be fun. Technically, you did write C++ and C will compile in it. Okay, there you go. So technically, I can claim it. But if I looked at C++ code and you asked me to do anything with it, I wouldn't know what to do. Lines added with LLMs could go wild. It could go wild. So maybe not that. I don't know. To me, if you played a game like that with an LLM, it's kind of like playing Call of Duty with auto aimbot with a Chronos. I just don't get it. I don't get what's fun about that. What's fun about playing a game and cheating while you play it? I can't I can't empathize with people who do that. I've tried to understand. I just can't, man. I can't do it. Can't do it. LLMs are a means to an end. Cheating at games is definitely not. Yeah, I would just think if someone built a cool game like that helps you gamify your progress, you know, it's like, I don't know. It's the same thing with fitness. Like I never could understand people who did steroids. I had lots of friends and lots of people I trained with over the years that they decided that was their path, that they were going to use, that they wanted to be geared and use steroids. And it really wasn't a moral thing, I guess. For me, I just can't understand the risk to reward there, especially if you're just somebody who's an amateur competitor, or you're just an amateur person who just wants to, lift weights, be relatively muscular and strong and mobile. And so I just never really understood it. But honestly, the truth of the matter is like, you can make the same arguments about steroids as people make for LLMs in a lot of ways. You get better gains, it's more efficient, all these things. But to me, the trade-offs there are just not, I just don't get it. I don't get it, man. What's up, Gun Highs? I see you got a few fans now. Do I have a few fans? I have you guys. I have the regular crowd. Dota, Oblivion, you, Fanberg. We've had a lot of regular faces. Actually, earlier though, we did have Low-Key Abu was here, and Low-Key Abu is a streamer I started following on Twitch, and I can't remember how I started following him, but I ran into him the other day in Bash Bunny's stream, which was kind of funny. It's funny now that I'm running into people from my streams in other people's streams, which is kind of cool. I also ran into, there's a chatter who hangs out in my stream sometimes. His username is FE911S, I think is his username. And I ran into him in someone's stream too. I was messaging, and then he was like, get back to work. It's kind of funny to see crossover between chats. Farmville, but it's generic. There you go. I'd use steroids if all the side effects were health and not looks. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. Can't do it. I just don't think it's worth the trade-off. The side effects are just not for me. I'm sure the internal math is get strong, look good, get girls, get motivated. So what you're basically saying, Dota, is yeah, you're saying do steroids to get girls. I think for a lot of people it's just it's a desire to look a certain way and perform a certain way, and if you want to, it's much more efficient to use performance enhancing drugs to achieve those things, just like it's much more efficient these days to if you want to build a web app, to use an LLM to do it. Exactly, regular fans. Bob Knowles in the shadows. I think Bob doesn't get up as early as my stream starts most of the time. I haven't really seen him around the channel much, but I think the last time he was around the channel, he mentioned that doing streams really, really early didn't work well with his schedule, which is I totally understand that for people who are here in the United States. You can't do it because you got a family and stuff. I'm just a Zoomer with no plans of having kids. Yeah. Well, even though when I was your age, I've been in the gym since I was 12 years old, right? So like, I mean, you guys probably wouldn't even believe me. I told you, but I spent literally every day from 3:30 to 5:30 after school when it wasn't football season at the Joplin Family YMCA, like every day. And so like I kind of feel like I grew up alongside gym culture. And so like I was always aware of these things, and I saw as I grew older, these people that I went to the gym regularly, I saw them physically change, right, over time, and got to know them and understand what they were doing from a training perspective and stuff. And even then, I just kind of in my head, I was always had this thought of like, it's just not worth it. But I guess for some people it is, you know? What are you going to do? I believe you. Yeah, but I mean, I was never, I mean, I think people, I think it's hard for me sometimes to express how deep into that world I was, you know? I mean, the gym really does feel like my third home, my third place, you know? Maybe even my second place. I mean, the gym just feels like the place I should be. Let's see, what do you want here? You want, I don't know what you want. Steroids equal smaller wiener? I think it's more like smaller testicles. I don't know, but I think I've been toying with this idea in my mind a lot around performance enhancing drugs and LLMs when it comes to cognitive abilities, and I do wonder. I do kind of have this bearish outlook on LLMs that I think that over time, the research is going to prove that excessive use of LLM does have a delirious, or not delirious, a negative effect on our cognitive abilities. And so I wonder over time if we were going to end up in a similar place to PEDs when it comes to LLMs, where sure, they allow you to be way more productive and get way more done, but when you do use them, you are accepting some level of side effects to your own mental well-being. Very similar to how you see things, very similar to how we've seen like the effects of social media, right? It's like good things can come from social media, but they can also have very devastating consequences on your life. And I just wonder if we get to a place where that starts being a conversation we have more and more, because I just feel like right now nobody's discussing the side effects of large language models. Everyone's just talking about how much output they can generate with it. Does the reverse work if you have small balls? Does that mean you're high testosterone? I honestly don't know the question to that, man. To boost your cognitive senses, methadone do the thing. Let's see. Outsource the recovery capacity of the physical system is changing how the system has to perform. Same with AI in the mind. Yeah, I can see the parallels. I've been also, good morning, Caffeinated Minds. Thanks for being a member. Good to see you. Yeah, that's an idea that I've been kicking around a lot in my head, you know. It's like because I think that's the thing that I moved to this place where that's probably my biggest reason not for just using clankers to crank things out is because I'm worried, because I have concerns about my own anecdotal experience using large language models and what they do to my abilities and my skills, that I'm just kind of treating it like I'm treating it with I'm being very cognizant of the fact that the interaction is bi-directional. It's not just me having effect through the LLM. There is some back and forth that's happening. Yo, I just noticed. What is this abomination with case thing and go? You seriously can do such extended cases? So I'm using a table test for this test case. So I basically just extended the cases struct to allow me to pass in different implementations of mocks as part of the test case. Whether that was a good idea or not, I don't know. But that's this is right now the more straightforward path than like refactoring what I've already written. Okay, phone right now. I was going to say I spent every day after school at a gym of some description, BJJ, Muay Thai, or something. Ooh, Muay Thai. I don't have any exposure to Muay Thai, but it looked fun. It looked very violent. But yeah, BJJ wasn't in my wheelhouse till much later in life. I was probably, well, I know exactly how old I was. I was 27, 28? No, I was my son had just been born, so I was 20. I was like 24. It was 2016, 2018. I can't remember. Yeah, but I was in my early mid 20s when I found BJJ. Hello, Oxnell. Long time no see. So it's extended mock. Yes, exactly. We're basically just defining these Lambda functions that give us mocks back so we can use them in our tests. That's awesome, dude. You've been involved with martial arts for a long time, Kale. That's very cool. We need more chatter, no Twitch. Get rid of my embarrassing question. Dude, your question is not embarrassing at all. It's a perfectly valid curiosity. Huh. I wonder if the opposite's the case. Okay, why can't I figure out how to define this function? So what is this error? This error is telling me expected semi found error. Is it because this is on a new line? Can I not do this inside a function? This is not allowed? Maybe it's not allowed inside a function. Yeah. Okay, that seems to have made people happy, so we'll just do that. So let me change the name here. Mock airing input scanner. And then we also have to define func. This returns airing input scanner, implements text, which returns a string. We'll just return hi for now, which won't really matter because we won't ever call it. And then we have to also return scan. And scan needs to return a bool, and this needs to return true. So we get to the line of logic that we want to hit. Does not, method error has pointer receiver. So should this be... Okay. So the whole point of that, just to recap what the heck I was doing for the last 10 minutes or 15 minutes, is the whole point of this is just to make sure that Oh, I forgot to start my... I do that every time. Forgot to start it with notifications. So the whole point of that was just so I could then come down here, and for this particular case, I could say, hey, give me a scanner that will throw an error when error is called. That was the whole point. So let's see if it worked. Okay, so received Pokedex, but expected Pokedex. Sorry, I didn't get that. So, why did that happen? So the way this should work is we obviously should add Pokedex to it. We should call scan, which should return true. We should return an error. Error should not be nil. So we should continue. Oh, yeah. Interesting. So how would we handle this? I guess we would need to know how many times we've called error. We need to be able to say, okay, on the first time, return an error. On the next time, let nil pass. So then we can hit the text and get our input back. Yeah? That's what I'm thinking. I know I'm spending way more time on this than I should, but I'm having a good time doing it. It's a long time indeed. You know life. Yes, I do know life, man. Life is long, but life is full of unexpectedness, you know? Good morning, Larzanya. Nice to see you again, Bradley. Hope you're doing well. Actually, do I have a debugger set up for this? Let's see, if we go into run REPL, we set a breakpoint here. It's deprecated, debug, test. DLV not found, fix the adapter definition for delve. Maybe I don't have it installed. I do not have it installed. Let's try again. Also, why is this giving me a warning about unused parameter S? Oh, shit. I wonder if that's part of the issue. So what we should be doing is we should be using S, not scanner. That could be part of the issue. I still don't think it's going to solve our problem, though, because basically we're going to create an infinite loop, right? This is always going to return... This is always going to return nil. Yeah, so we need to stop that real quick. So it's always going to return nil. I guess we did end up simplifying this. So we can actually do this guy, and I'm actually going to change the order of this. Go to the REPL. So we're going to move the writer to the middle parameter. Why does that matter? It matters to me. I don't know. So now we need to go back to our test. We get rid of this, pass this to out, like that. Okay, so how do we do this? Come back up here to our airing input scanner, and we need some way to say, hey, only return an error one time. So how do we do that? So we could probably introduce a times called field, which is going to be our int. And we could do times. This is where we need a, I think we're going to need a pointer, aren't we? That. Now this guy's, that's going to cause somebody to complain down here. That. And then here we're going to say times called 1, right? And we basically need to say if m dot times called equals 0, I know this is not the most extensible mock here, but it's going to work for our particular scenario that we're testing, so it's fine. And then otherwise we'll just return nil, right? So we'll return an error one time, and then the rest of the time we'll return nil. So let's go ahead and see if this works. I'm actually going to do this in a separate pane because this might cause an infinite loop. So I'll do test. Oh my goodness. I told you. But we are getting the message we want out. Sorry, didn't get that, right? So we are getting the message. The problem is that the loop never terminates. So why does it never terminate? I don't know, because I would expect scan is true. I think we should move this up. What do you think? I think we should move this into the loop condition. So it hits this line, it returns continue. And so what I thought would happen, the series of events I thought would happen was Pokedex, we hit this line, we get the error, error's not nil, we print the message back, we continue, we come back through. Now when error hits this line, it should return nil. And so we should hit text input, and then we should break. So why, it's something about our airing input instance scanner that's not working correctly. Let's see if we can debug this. It's been a minute since I've wired up the debugger for a Go project. So let's see if this works. DC. We'll debug the test. Let's see, debug adapter didn't respond. Either the adapter is slow or there's a problem with your adapter or delve configuration. Okay, well that, I don't know why it still loaded the interface. It's weird. Delve. Are you in the path? You're not in the path. Maybe we need to open a new shell since we installed it. No, delve is not there. Let's see. I guess let's look at my NeoVim configs. And see what's going on here. So we've got a debugin.lua. We should have delve. Oh, DLV is the command. Whoopsies. No, not here. So did Mason not install that? Says it's there. Whoops. Debugging.lua. Detached. Okay, well, this might turn into a stream where we figure out why my delve debug doesn't work on WSL side of the equation. It's got to be something. I know I've done this before on my Windows host. So what's different here? Oh, I need to remove that. Okay, that worked. Error, go build dash out. No packages to build. That makes sense, I think. Oops. Let's see, DAP. Terminate. DAP terminate. Huh. I don't know why it's opening the windows and then just stalling. What's the numbers? Oh, the numbers are a Pomodoro timer. Sorry. That's what it's for. Sometimes I haven't been very good about honoring the Pomodoro breaks, but that's what it's for. It's to help me try to balance actually doing things versus just running my mouth constantly to chat. So I'm trying to make sure that during working sessions, I'm actually trying to do the code thing, and then on break, I can do more chatting. Oh, Steven, it was COD Black Ops reference? Hold on, what? It was just you're just randomly referencing Black Ops in the chat? Or were you guys talking about Black Ops at some point? I guess Kale was talking about Black Ops. That one went right over my head. Oh, okay. I see the connection now. My brain, I guess, doesn't. My brain doesn't work that way, but now I see the connection. Okay, why doesn't Delve work? God dang, this is the worst part about NeoVim is when things don't do what you think they should do. What? I mean, I think the heart of the problem is that delve isn't in our path. If I had to be honest, I'm pretty sure that's the like root cause of the problem. Why it's not in our path though, I don't know. How do we check that? Neovim Mason check if installed package is in our path. Okay. So we could do echo $path. Okay, that's not a thing. We don't have which either. Where DLV? Oh, I'm on the wrong side. All right, I'm gonna try some different music. We need different music. We're gonna switch it up here. We're gonna do something other than lo-fi. Dude, I'm so glad we got the freaking network connection issues resolved. Don't like that. No, that's not it. This is just a bunch of copyright-free music. That's not bad. I don't know. Well, we're gonna try to give this a run. It's gonna be a different vibe. I don't know if I like that. I don't know. I'll have to keep a list of likes. See, rename. I'm gonna rename this to okay. Yeah, I think this is okay. For Forza Horizon vibes, nice. Echo standard path data gives you the standard path, and you can add Mason config. Okay. Okay. And you don't think that's already there? I guess this will tell me. Oh, weird. It's actually got Mason from... That's interesting. So almost everything is from... Interesting. So there is a node version managers. Okay, do I not have Delve then? I would think if Delve was over here, that it would be in my path. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see. This is the most development stuff I've done on the... Let's go here. Well, I guess I don't have Delve installed over here. So let's see what happens if I install Delve. Some of these songs I kind of start out thinking I like this, and then it's like, no, I don't like it. Also, where's my theme, man? Where's my theme, bro? Telescope themes. So interesting. It has the Mason. It has this in my path, but I can't use it. Is that what you're telling me? I'm trying to do too many things at once. I'm trying to fix this issue and also listen to the music so that I can figure out if I want that song to be playing or not. Okay. Well, we're just gonna do what you said, Kale. We're gonna add it to the path. So what was the... So we want this guy. So we're gonna add that to our path. Yeah, this is like more like it's more like a rave kind of music. None of it's really lo-fi. It's not bad. See, that's node version manager. So we're gonna do export path equals path. And then we're gonna add, what was it? home, local, share, invim, Mason. So home. This will be dot local, share, invim, Mason, bin, right? Local, share, neovim. Local, share, neovim, yeah. Okay. And then I use Chesmoy, so I actually have to add. It's going to be mad that I did that outside of Chesmoy. And oh, I should be on break, huh? There we go. Now it's on the path. Woohoo! We fixed it. Okay. Chesmoy get add. Chesmoy get commit. Make mix. Include Mason Ben in path. Ah. We'll do get. Get config global full dot rebase through. This music is not at all what we typically do, huh? But it's not terrible. So git config has changed since Chesmoy last wrote it. Diff. I guess just override it. Yeah, I guess just that's fine. I don't know why. Let's see, diff. Okay, quit. We need to fix that stuff. Status. We need to add that stuff back. This using Chesmoy to manage my dot files is a new thing for me, so I'm still getting used to it. Okay. I'm gonna stop that for a second while we work through all these issues that we're having. Okay, Chesmoy. Get pull. Okay, Chesmoy apply. Applied auto stash. Okay, Chesmoy. Okay. I think we're okay. We need to make sure that none of that overwrote the change we made. So let's do this the right way. Chesmoy edit, and then this is how we're actually supposed to change things. So where's Neovim? Okay, that's still there. So I think we're good now. So let's go ahead and close this. Since we've made a bunch of changes to all that stuff, let's close this. Let's open ourselves a brand new fresh tab. And let's open another one for our terminal. So we'll do Pokedex CLI. Make this a little bigger. Fire up Neovim. This was a long detour, I apologize. Okay, so the whole point of this was to be able to say, to go to our REPL.test and to try to debug it. So where are we? We're right here. So we want to say, set a breakpoint here and debug the test. It says build error, go test -c out. There's a bunch of stuff in this window. I can't really see what it says. And it keeps leaving all these windows open. There we go. So this says undefined clean input. Okay, so how do I, okay, so I'm guessing that's because it's only attempting to use the single REPL file. So how do I debug a test? OMG trigger every time you say, well, I think it's a French word. I don't know how you're actually supposed to say it. I think it means in my house or at my, let me look it up. I think it's French or something. At home, I guess is what it means. So I don't actually know how it's supposed to be said. If I had to guess, it probably sounds much better when French people say it.
Chez moi.
Chez moi. Well, I'm definitely not saying chez moi. I'm definitely not gonna. So I don't know what people. I don't. Maybe I should just say at home. When I use at home to manage my dot files. See, how's it sound in Australian voice?
Chez moi.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not gonna say it like that. Chez moi. Can we come up with a different name for it? Yeah. All right. Let's see. I need some AI assistance. Let's see. In Go, using delve in NeoVim, how do I debug a test? It seems like yeah, we'll just see what it says. Sorry, I'm just triggered because my native language is French. I just can't help it. No, I get it, man. I totally understand. If someone was speaking weird English words, I'd probably be like, "What? What was that? What did you say?" Okay, so that doesn't help me at all. You're dumb. That's that you're dumb. Dumb AI. Let's see. Let's go to NVIM dapps GitHub. And let's just make sure my configs look like they should look. Because the last time I think the last time I used this debugger was I actually don't know if I remember the last time I used it. Okay. Newer versions of Delve experimentally implement the DAP directly so that it can be used without installing VS Code Go. Once Delve is installed, you can use nvim dap go to automatically configure Delve. The extension also debugging individual Go tests. If you prefer to provide your own configuration, you'll need to set up dap like this. Configuration for debugging tests. So this is exactly what I have here. So I obviously use this documentation to set it up. The question is, why when you try to debug it, does it... I'm curious, what happens if we do it on the main? So let's add a breakpoint here. Go build out home Pokedex CLI. So it's continually producing errors that say stuff is undefined, which makes me think for some reason we're not bringing in like all the necessary files into the build process, but I don't know why. I guess let's copy this command to our shell and see what the deal is here. Try to run this ourselves. Oops. Person's like telling the story. What was that? I have no idea. Also, why didn't your thing work? Hold on. Your command should have worked. Dude, I'm all over the place today. Why didn't it register your command? Should have registered your... It is enabled. Nothing is working right today. The debugger doesn't work. Speaker bot doesn't work. I can't figure out my music. It's all just going to hell. Oh, I said Chesmoy is what I said. and there was somebody that has native French as a language in the chat, so I... Yeah. So now I'm just gonna call it at home. I'm just gonna say the English translation. When I use at home, that's what I'm gonna let's see. YouTube, speak, Callum. Are you working? Obviously you're not working. Oh, it worked. So why didn't Kale's work? Oh, I wonder if it was the quotes. Oh, I misspelled Jimbo. Let me try again. I'm just gonna see if that was what it was. Sorry, I don't mean to spam chat. My bad.
Wow, what was that?
Yeah, it was the quotes, I guess. Why that would... I guess I need to write my code to be more flexible. Why would that have tripped it up? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's not so for whatever reason it's not registering you using that command. Is it because I changed something about the... It is enabled. Ignore bot accounts. You're not a bot account. Ignore internal messages. You're not internal message. There's no cooldown. Oh, I think I screwed up the... Okay, try... It doesn't like me. Try again. I think I might have screwed up the...
Steven is terrible at streaming.
I think I might have screwed up the permissions on it. But now I think I might have it right. I think I denied everyone from using instead of allowing. Go figure, bro. Go figure. Okay. So this is the command the debugger is trying to run. Flag provided, but not defined. So what is this? All equals dash in dash L. What is that? I'm gonna need some help from a clanker here. I said I wasn't gonna use that word anymore. I'm gonna need some help from an LLM now. I tell you what, using an LLM with errors is definitely better than using a search engine with errors. Just sometimes it lies to you. So, I mean, it basically told me what I thought was happening, which is just not including all the files for compilation. Let me look at my NeoVim configs again to see how those adapters set up. You got to think about the clanker's feelings. I know. It just sounds like, it sounds derogatory coming out of my mouth, you know? I mean, I guess that's the whole point, but I don't know. I don't want to be one of those. I don't want to be a derogatory person, you know? Oh, so I wonder if this is what I need to use. Let's see. Okay, that kind of makes sense. So let's try that. So let's do, let's clear all our breakpoints real quick. There we go. Success. Okay. What do we want to do now? We want to step into it, right? So we can step in. Now where are you? There we go. So step over. So what is result? Huh. I don't think I totally understood that control flow there. So it's an empty string. Okay, stop the debugger. So let's do this. Let's put it REPL.go. Let's clear the breakpoints and let's put it here. All right, so we do hit this. That's good. We hit it a second time. We hit it for all of for all time, right? We just continually hit it. So what is our... Where's our scanner? Where's S? There's S. So times call never gets incremented, right? So that proves what the issue is. Wonderful. So what is the reason times called never gets incremented? Because we never hit it, right? Because that's a really dumb bug. This just needs to be incremented. Okay, now let's try to... That was really stupid of me. So now it only prints once, which is good. It's what we want. But it's holding open... Sorry, I didn't get that. So it's holding that open, and it's holding that open because... Every time we call scan.text, our mock returns actual text. So let's return just an empty string by default. Okay, so now it failed. Wonderful. And it failed the way we would expect it to fail, which is we were looking for this, but we got Pokedex twice. So I do expect the first Pokedex, but the second Pokedex, I expected it to have, sorry, I didn't get that. But that's actually getting printed, which means we're not, we didn't properly, see, like we're finding all these bugs because we're writing tests. So we're here, an F, or because I'm just a bad programmer. Both things can be true, right? They're not mutually exclusive. There we go. So now we received what we expected. Sorry, I didn't get that. This is exactly what I expected. So go run. Oh, that's because I moved. That's my bad. This does need to happen inside here. Because it's blocking. Cool. What happens when we do this? We actually want to add a new line to all those.
We're running out of options. I didn't know them, but
There we go. That's what we're looking for. So now I think what we could do is we could change our tests a little bit. So if we come back here, I don't know how I feel about this music, man. I don't know if it's my speed. Let me change this back to not mill. It's definitely a different vibe, that's for sure. Okay, so that is the expected behavior. I'm just trying to think of how I want to express that in the test. So I do want to like, for example, do I want to check for exact match in output, or do I just want to check that the output has something, you know? That's what I'm struggling with. So name is input's a string, expected's a string. So I think the better solution here would just be to probably check that the output contains what we expect to be there. Because it's a REPL, so it's always going to have more than probably. So how do I do string.substring? I bet there's a string.substring. Go. I already have a headache just looking at the size of the file I'm going to read. It's 200,000 bytes long for 7,000 lines of code, all in a single file. Oh wow, somebody was putting in that work. Someone was oh, there's just a contains function. Okay, so let's do strings dot contains, and we'll say as long as out string contains expected, we're happy. I think that could give us some false positives, honestly. But I think for this project, it's probably acceptable. Okay, that still failed. Received this, but expected didn't get that. Expected. I need to reword this message. We expected this to contain this. Okay, so why doesn't that work? Because I see this here. So I would think that would pass. So how does contains work? Contains reports whether substir is within S. Also, this why is this so bright? Yeah, somebody's been putting in that work over there. Magic. How do you say your username? Magic Karos? Magicar OS? I'm terrible at reading usernames. Okay, go. I feel like that should work. Pokedex. Sorry, I didn't get that. So this string should contain this string, but it does, right? It does contain that string. Am I crazy? Am I editing the wrong file? I have no idea. Maybe I haven't. Did I write it out? Okay, no, it's very convinced it does not contain that. So, hey Arvin, good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Good morning. We're doing a little later stream this morning, and I haven't made much progress. I spent most of the morning fiddling with music, stream stuff, and getting a debugger working. Yeah, I just don't see it. Sorry, I didn't get that. Sorry, I didn't get that. I don't understand how this can be true. Okay, I need another set of eyes on this. That's magic as in magic and Aros as in Aros. Research operation. That's a Amiga OS open source clone, but don't worry about it. Oh, nice. Okay. Well, I'll just call you Magic. Sup, Magic? As long as you're okay with that. Obviously, you can tell me if you're not okay with that. Oh, holy shit. The line wrapping is what was throwing it off. See, look. I couldn't see that, but look. It's missing E. Gosh dang, dude, that's so annoying. It's always the simplest shit. Pokedex. Now we're happy. Now we're happy. Okay. So we tested that case. We know this works because that's how our tests are terminating. Now we need to test our sanitizer. So we just need to verify that whenever we hit here. So now in our next test, we're going to return a mock sanitizer. Okay, I give up on that playlist. We're going to switch back over to the lo-fi playlist. Oh, it's what bro doing, but I haven't updated it. I'm building a Pokedex in Go for a boot.dev course. There you go. There you go. Sorry, Arvin. I'm really bad about keeping that up to date. That's nobody uses that command, so my stream is so unpopular that no one uses any of the things I have set up. So I am bad at remembering to do that stuff. So I apologize. Oh shit, dude. This shit cracks me up. Cool. Let's try to write another test. Yeah? We've written one test this morning. Okay. So let's add another one in here. We should print appropriate error message when sanitizer returns no words. So command, I didn't get that. This is actually sorry, I didn't understand that. Right? Sorry, I couldn't understand. Probably should just copy this verbatim. Because I seem to have a hard time spelling things. Okay, and then this can just return a normal scanner. Nothing special there. And then this, instead of having the clean input, we will define a new function that takes a string and it's just always going to return an empty list of string, or an empty slice of string. That. And we just want to make sure that this is contained in the output message. Let's see. Expected Pokedex to contain Pokedex. Sorry, I couldn't understand that. Okay, so let's just give it some input. hi. My command is hello. And then we'll separate it by a new line. And then nothing. Expected Pokedex to contain Pokedex. Sorry, I couldn't understand that. So why is that happening? So we're turning a default scanner. We're sanitizing with this. So for some reason in our REPL, we're not making it past, it looks like, this point. So we're never actually getting to the point where we call sanitizer, I guess. So let's use our newfound powers to debug our test. Step over that. So input's empty, so we break. Input is Pokedex. Oh, no, that's the result, sorry. Input is just hitting it again and again and again. Huh, that's weird. Right? We never get to here? Okay, interesting. So what did we do wrong? We've done something wrong with our setup, right? Because it works. I think it works fine when we actually run the app. It's when we are testing the app, the REPL, that we are not getting what we want. Yeah. So it's something about the test. So the question is, maybe the REPL isn't actually getting our input, even though we are passing it in. I guess that means this is just never making it into our scanner, is what that means. I'm not sure why, though. Your streams are not unpopular, just a bit later this evening. Yeah, it is later. But I don't necessarily mean they need to be popular. I'm okay with my streams being a quiet place. Yeah, I hope you sleep well, Kale. I hope you have a good Monday, man. Okay. Yeah, I wonder if it's something about how scanner reads. Wait. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Was I just not passing there? Gosh dang, I made so many dumb mistakes today. The issue was I just wasn't passing. Like, I was always passing an empty string as the input. So it should be it should be this guy. should be c.input, which is what my test is actually setting up. Too many distractions this morning. Okay, so we have we've tested now everything, I think. Well, we've tested everything except your command. So let's add that into our test. So we want another case, and this time we're going to use all the real stuff. Actually, we can just copy this test case up here. Right? And we'll come down here and we'll say, give me all the real stuff. And let's see, my command is shut the fuck up. Now we can say expect. It's the first word. It's the first word, right? So it's it should be let's do shut the fuck up, please. And then the expected would just be, we want to make sure STFU your command was. That's what this. Your command was shut the fuck. And actually, let's just make it more pronounced. Fail. What did we fail on? Should print custom prompt 02. Oh, this should be should print first word as command. So that did not work. Is that because I need a new line? So we're still failing. Expected Pokedex, your command was to contain. Oh, because it lowercases it. Yeah, that is expected. It should sanitize it. So it should be that. Wonderful. Now we have passing tests. Yay! Fully tested. Let's do. Doesn't Go have a built-in coverage tool? Go built-in coverage tool. Test-v, and then we can pass cover. We have 95.2% of statements covered, and then we can do go tool cover HTML. Oh, we have to actually generate the coverage file. So we do dash cover profile equals coverage dot out. And then we can go tool cover dot HTML equals coverage dot out. And then maybe we can do npx live server temp cover coverage dot in HTML. That's not going to work because it's port 8080 and we actually need a custom port. So we need, I think we have to port equals 999. Looky there. Got good coverage. I like test coverage. I know people just like to shit on test coverage so much that it's just not useful. It's just not helpful. And I just disagree, man. It is helpful. It is useful. It is not the panacea. It does not mean your code is necessarily bug free. But man, does it sure give me a lot more confidence that I've actually thought about each particular case in my code. All right, so we have that. Let's go back over here to boot.dev. Let's clean up our mess of tabs. Okay. Now, what were we supposed to implement? We were supposed to implement, we need to add a callback for the exit command. Commands in our REPL are just callback functions with no arguments, but that return an error. Tabs or spaces. Okay. Last thing, tabs or spaces. Spaces. I think I'm a spaces guy. But I think anything over 2 spaces of indentation are obnoxious. Like I hate C#'s default is 4 spaces and I hate it. Go I think uses 4 spaces. I'm not a big fan. Oh, no, I guess Go uses 2, huh? 1, 2. Yeah, they use 2. But yeah, C# uses 4. I think Rust by default uses 4. You're a tab guy? Nah, I mean, I just think it's too much. It's too much. Tabs or spaces always makes me think of Silicon Valley. Yeah, emotional. Exactly. I feel emotional. I love that emote. Love that emote. Now Emacs versus Vim. So I've never used Emacs, so I just have to go Vim. I've used Nano, but I've never used Emacs. Nano's okay as an editor. Vim, I still think now I think I'm a Vim boy now because of the motions, right? Are Emacs motions very much different than Vim's? Emacs? Silicon Valley, yeah. It's a very popular argument. Programmers or developers historically have felt very strongly about that stuff. But I guess now in the age of AI, no one's going to care about that stuff anymore, except Luddites like me. Create a registry of commands. Then created a map of supported commands. Register the exit command. Update your REPL loop to use the command the user typed in to look up the callback. Add a help command is callback. Okay. I'm going to move this over to the side. So let's go ahead and update our REPL test. And let's change this test to say it should print first word as command. Let's change this to it should print expected message for unknown command. And let's leave that there. Change this to unknown command. It's fine. That's obviously going to fail. So that is expected to fail. So we want to go and fix that. So let's go over to our commands.go. And we are going to register a type of CLI command. Call this a struct. I guess because this is all in the same package, can this all be lowercase stuff? Well, I don't think that will break anything. Yeah. So then let's go back over here and do CLI command, and he gave it a name. He gave it a description, and then he gave it a callback function. Just returns an error. And then he made a registry. And I want to export this. I want the registry to live here, but I want it to be available. I guess I can do const commands. Some map of string CLI command. Is that because I have to type this? Oh, or that can't be a constant. Expected declaration. Go global constant. So we have to use the var keyword. The walrus operator is a no-go. And then we're going to map our name of our command exit. In this, well, actually, let's just make this empty to begin with, right? That's all we need to do here. Then we'll go back to our trying to follow the TDD approach. Then we'll go back to REPL test.go, or no, REPL. And instead of doing this, right, what we'll do is we'll say command equals the cleaned input at index 0. And then we'll say CLI command equals our, oh, that's a type. Okay, I'm going to call this command and requested, which will be what? It will be equal to commands, and then we'll use that to key into it. Which will be that would be the callback, right? So we also need to check exists. And then if exists is not true, right? Doesn't exist. If not exists, then that's when we do this. And we just print unknown command. Otherwise, we'll call the command, right? It's not a function? What do you mean it's not a function? It is to a function. Oh no, it has a callback on it. So we'd say command dot callback. Like that. We'll discard the error for now, but I'm guessing in future state, no new variable. What? Okay. So now let's run our tests. Invalid memory address or nil pointer dereference. Oh boy, segmentation violation code. We have an issue. Where's our issue? Trunner. REPL.go line 58. Okay. This says there's no new variables on the left side, but command.callback should return an error. Oh, that's because we're accessing it, even though we know it's... That's why. There we go. Everyone's happy. So now let's implement the exit command, which is what we've been trying to do all day. All day. Also, now that chat has quieted down, we're going back to Pomodoroing. Okay, let's implement the test. So I don't actually know if this would be the right place to test this. Really the only thing this needs to test is, can we look up a command? The commands themselves probably need to be tested instead of integrating them as part of the REPL test. They probably should just be tested by themselves. It should exit the REPL. Should exit the REPL. It should exit the REPL if... Actually, I'm going to call this test. It should execute command if found. And then the input is going to be exit. And actually, let's test the normalization too. So we'll do that. Obviously, this is not going to work yet because we haven't implemented that command. So we do red. So how do we know it exits? How do we know it exits? It should say closing, expected closing, the Pokedex ... goodbye. That. So we'll go to commands. And we will say our first command is going to be what? First command is going to be function command exit error. And this command is going to I kind of need to change the signature of in order to continue to make this testable, I need to change the signature. Of their command function. I don't know if that's going to break anything down the line of me. Doom versus space versus plain max. I don't know what the second two options are, Arvin. I know what Doom is. I'm guessing you're talking about the video game. But I don't know about space versus plain max. That one's new to me. Those two are new to me. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it. If it causes issues, it causes issues, and we'll deal with it when it causes issues. So we really need to extend the callback to take a writer. So this will be io.writer. Which means this needs to take a io.writer. That. Because it wants us to print to the screen, so we want to be able to say format dot f print line, and we want to say closing the Pokedex. Goodbye. This. And we'll pass in a writer here. Then we have to call os.exit 0. Exit causes, and then we need to return, I guess, nil. I wonder how that works. I wonder if it actually will happen. If I call OS exit here, will this actually happen? Let's see. And then in our REPL, what's the error now? Not enough. Oh, and then we need to take in the writer here. If it does give us back an error, we need to say if error does not equal nil. Then we're gonna say dot f print f, and we'll say Pokedex error occurred executing command, and then we'll say %w error. Actually, I guess this needs to be treated as a string. We need to pass in our writer. Like, I don't understand why this thing doesn't think it returns an error. Anyone help me with that? Why? No new variables on left side. I don't understand why. I'm calling a function, right? That function should hand me back an error. Or am I crazy? Mark, man, interviews have changed. Instead of knowing how to code, they will ask for a system level /design. Oh, I don't know anything about Emacs, Arvin. So on that, I've never even used Emacs. I've only watched people, so I've never actually used it myself. Let's see. About the interview side of the things, I honestly can't speak to it because I haven't interviewed. The last interview I did was May or June of 2025, and I haven't tried to interview or look for a job since then. Since I went through my whole, I ended up I spent about 3-4 months looking for a new job. I got an offer at a new job, and then I need to make a video about this. Yeah, I went looking for a new job. I got the new job. The company I work for said, "Wait, would you be open to counter?" Definitely would, because I love the company I work for and the people I work with. I just wanted to make more money, and it ended up working out, and so I stayed. So I don't know. So that was back in the spring or summer of 2025. So I'd have to take your word for it, you know. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense, I guess, now that given how much people use AI to code, now it probably isn't a good representation of someone's ability if you ask them to code something, I guess. Because I would guess a lot of people just don't have that ability very well anymore, or less so than maybe they used to. And if you're just going to hand them Claude Code as the tool that they use to get their job done, then I guess it really just matters more that you know how to steer it appropriately. I still go back to the tower architect question, though. I don't understand the white ivory tower architect. I don't understand how someone gets good at designing systems and architecture by just reading about it and thinking. Like, I don't understand how you ever learn good architecture and good software design if you don't yourself actually write code to build. You know what I mean? I don't understand that myself. I'm not really convinced that you can. But I guess we're gonna find out. I guess we're gonna find out if that's the case. Because we're running the experiment. That's the point. Companies are shooting themselves in the foot. Yeah, I mean, and only time will tell. I mean, I definitely have an opinion, right? But it's my opinion, and I really don't have a lot of data to back it up. You know, I just have my own intuition and my own experiences, and so that's not really good. It doesn't really stand up well, you know, to someone else's. Oh, that's not what the problem is. Need an entry here, so this is going to be exit. Okay, I'm speaking of AI though, I'm kind of stuck. I'm calling a callback that returns an error, but when I try to get the error, Go does not like the fact that there's no new variables on the left side, but there definitely should be. Right, here's your callback. Passing the writer. I've done something wrong somewhere. Go, no new vars on left, but function does return error. Oh, because error is already defined. I'm sorry. It's telling me exactly what's wrong. It's telling me exactly what's wrong because I already have the error defined up above. That's my fault. That's my bad. Unexpected call to OS exit during test. Huh. So how do I fix that? Let's see. Need to call OS exit in Go during test. Okay, this, I guess that we've already, this has come up. See, what the code does is invoke go test again in a separate process through exe.command, limiting execution to the test crasher. It also passes in a flag via an environment variable within the second invocation, checks for and if set, calls the system under test, returning immediately afterwards to prevent running into an infinite loop. Thus, we are being dropped back into our original call site and may now validate the actual exit code. I like this. Going down in flames. Let's see. Ever since AI came, inflow to programming thanks to AI taking job. Number of newbies who not shoots themselves in the foot by over-reliance on AI. Number of newbies who leave programming. Yeah, I think a lot of people are just going to look at other. I think that's probably the largest impact from a hiring and prospect. Is just less people are going to see computer science or programming as a viable career. Even though that's not necessarily the case, I think that's a narrative, right? Yeah, there definitely will be a talent shortage, and I think there will be value for people. You know, I think those who have kept their skills sharp and have also stayed relevant with how to use large language models in a useful way. I think those people will continue to be they're valuable now, and I think they'll just increase in value as time goes on. Okay, so do I really have to do this? I guess I do. Okay, so let's try to write the test the same way. Hey, good morning, Kai Kai. My son's down here. Sure, yes. Let's try to write the test this way. So since we need to be able to exit, we need to be able to say, well, I don't know if we need to really, now that I think about it, I don't know if we really need to do this, because this looks like we're checking on the actual exit code. Let's see if there's any other information. OS calling os.exit in Go test. I definitely know there's different ways I could do this already in my head. I'm just looking to see if there's existing examples. Yeah, this is what I was thinking the best. This is what I was thinking. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. So let's do this. Let's well, hold on. Before we do any of this, let's stop. Let's stop for a second. Let's see what else they're gonna have us do in here. Because I think what we should actually do is see how our main.go is here, right? So what we should probably actually do is main should return an int. Run REPL should return. Oh. And then we should do something like what's described here. That way we don't have to monkey around with all this OS crap. Yeah, like that. So then we do os.exit. Then we'll say, okay, run REPL returns an int like this. And by default, it's going to return 0. Right? The problem is we're inside a freaking for loop, so that doesn't really work the way we want it to work. Because we're inside a for loop. So that's not going to work. Unless we make our REPL messier, right? Our REPL has to become, it basically would have to start checking for certain errors or certain exit codes to be able to break out of the loop, right? We'd have to be able to say, okay, this is the exit command, so... And I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Let's do a quick call. Let's do a quick Google search here. Steven, you should learn to use the D. What is D? I swear, once the current generation of devs retires, self-made mid-level devs will be outbidded at least 3x of current pay. Yeah, I think they will be more valuable. Like I think well-experienced, sharp developers who understand. You know, I always like what Scott Hanselman says. Scott Hanselman always says you should always try to go like one level lower than your current understanding, right? So, you know, like a really contrived example would be like if you know React, try to go one level lower, right? And understand how does React accomplish what it accomplishes with the APIs that are available to it in the browser, right? And I think that's a really, I think people who are willing to do that and have done that will continue to be valuable. Now, granted, there are some people that just, they really do believe that like LLMs are going to get so capable and, you know, this artificial intelligence we have is going to get so capable where it won't. But I guess I'm personally not so worried about that, you know. I guess I'm very much optimizing for my own engagement, my own enjoyment from programming and coding. That's kind of what I'm optimizing for. I guess if you're optimizing for employability, or maybe like the highest paying job or something. Maybe that's not the right way to go about it. But I think I'm at this place where I want to be skillful. I want to feel like I'm engaged in the process. I want to keep learning. And I'm not really worried about speed or productivity or being left behind or any of those things. I'm just not worried about them. Yeah, the financials of AI companies is very interesting. I listened to I listened to a YouTube episode of one of my favorite podcasts where they were talking about all of this off-balance debt that apparently these AI companies have. That's like I think it's over several billion worth of maybe it's trillion. Nikkei AI off balance sheet. They released us. So yeah, this is an analysis by somebody done apparently by Nikkei that says that big tech is hiding 1.65 trillion in off balance sheet AI debt, which is kind of crazy because off balance sheet debt or off balance sheet liabilities was what is what allowed Enron to become and ultimately the downfall of Enron. I don't think it's exactly the same type of financial situation, but it's very similar vehicles where they're basically creating these holding companies or corporations to hold the debt that they're using to finance the data centers. All that's very interesting. I'll be very interested to see where it all plays out. Yeah, you should go watch. There's a podcast I like to listen to. It's called Prof G Markets, I think is the name of it. YouTube. They have audio versions too. It doesn't have to just be on YouTube. Prof G Market. Yeah, this one. And it was this one with Ed Zitron. Now, Ed Zitron is an analyst who is very much betting against AI, but I think it was very interesting to listen to this. Listen to him break down this research or this analysis. Lots of shady stuff I think is kind of going on. And it probably won't hurt like Microsoft, Amazon, Google, all those guys. They'll probably be fine, right? Those are big enough companies with large enough existing revenue streams. Like it'll probably hurt, but it'll probably be fine. The people that will probably be the most hurt are some of the newer players, right? Like your CoreWeaves, like these kind of like pseudo neo cloud hyperscalers. Hey, good morning, Tyler. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. I mean, it definitely will burst at some point, right? It's just it's not a matter if, it's a matter of when. We will have a market correction. What kicks off that correction, right? It's kind of like anyone's guess. Okay, these guys say this is not possible. What I'm trying to do is not possible. I should probably take them at their word. So I have one of two paths. I don't test this, or I wait till the end of the course and I refactor. And I think that's what I'm gonna do because I don't know exactly where this is going from an implementation perspective. And this is a small enough thing that I'm just gonna skip testing it. So let's go back to the REPL test. I am going to do this for the moment. I'm going to add a little to do here that says to do. Need to refactor after considering. What are we considering? We're considering OS exit call. But I think overall this does work. Our implementation does what it's supposed to do. So if we type exit, please, it does close. So let's go ahead and add another command. My magic ball tells me it will bust mid next year. Chip allocation will happen 6 months in advance, i.e. late tier. By mid next year, hopefully I can assemble a high-end gaming PC. Dude, the hardware prices going down would be lovely. Would be a wonderfully appreciated thing to happen. I don't know. I don't really try to call it. If I actually thought I could meaningfully call it, I would invest my money accordingly. But I just can't. So I just invest in broad-based index funds and watch the graph go up and to the right. And hopefully in 19-ish years, I look up and I have enough money to retire. You know? Try to make more money, live on less than I earn, invest as much of the difference as I can, and then just wait, you know? The best advice I got is only idiots predict the future. I like that advice. Yeah, I like that advice. Not that I'm saying Arvin's an idiot. I'm just saying I do believe it's an eventuality that AI winter comes and that we have a market correction, and that I do think LLMs in general will reach kind of a diminishing return on capability. I don't think LLMs get us to AGI. And I think eventually where we land is the same way IDEs are just a given tool available to us. I think LLMs will be the same way. It's just this given that we have this particular technology. It's kind of omnipresent. It's available to us. Ideally, it's available to us locally, and it can run on our own local hardware. And we all just kind of take it for granted that everybody knows what they are and kind of understands how to interact with them, right? I think that's eventually where we get to, is someplace like that. I don't think there's a world in which you have everyday consumers paying for tokens the way businesses do. So I think the future of widespread large language model adoption kind of is dependent upon people being able to generate tokens and run inference on their local machines. And maybe that means we need like a turnover of hardware, like a generational turnover of hardware that people own and use for that to occur, and maybe some advancements in the large language models, how they're deployed and ran. But I just don't see a world where my mom pays Anthropic or Google, $100 a month to have unlimited inference or whatever. Just doesn't make sense to me. Okay, I'm gonna do some kettlebell lifts real quick and put some water on to boil for some more coffee. We've only had a single cup of coffee for the last 3.5 hours. You okay? Well, I'm guessing some people were okay with jailbreaking their device.
Well, the guy should like ask. Well, he did say after like being rejected, but that's what they from expected it. Oh, if you did jump in. Stop it. Jason. This is the right place. This is our actual place. It's like what? The one on the music set is the middle of the set. I think it's
Fun fact, I have a private meta documentation project. Every time I chat with AI, I add the chat artifact to my documentation to preserve them to extrapolate their data later. Huh, interesting. Do you think the tokens will get to a point where they're basically free? I think they sort of have to have widespread adoption. I just don't think, like, people who are paying $200 a month for Claude Code are most always developers who are making money from the development they're doing. I don't think there's a world where the consumer pays. I mean, that's why ChatGPT, that's why OpenAI has pivoted and put a ton of resources into Codex, is because, right, they can't get consumers to pay for their tokens. So I think if you can't drive the cost of tokens down, large language models largely become... So I guess two things. If you can't drive the cost of tokens down, or you can't make it easy to have large language models embedded and running on devices locally, then I think large language models largely remain an enterprise tool or a small business tool. Like, it's going to be something that you only really use if, one, you're a hobbyist and very interested in the topic, or you're actually making money from your token spend, because it just doesn't make sense to add intelligence as a utility in your personal life if it's not actually benefiting you. Like for me personally, I can't afford to be an agentic developer, right? Like $200 a month for a Claude Code plan, when I can just write the code by hand for free, and I can invest the $200 in an S&P 500 index fund. Like it doesn't make it's financially irresponsible for me to spend money generating tokens for code that I can write by hand. So that's how I look at it. Now, if you're a company, if you work for a company and they're giving you free tokens and stuff, they're paying for your token usage. That's awesome. Wonderful for you. But I'm kind of more bullish. I'm more bullish that companies like Google, Microsoft, and Amazon will do the work that's necessary to figure out how to bring some version of language models to our devices. You know, like, I can imagine a world where those companies do the work necessary to develop hardware and whatever software to allow you to just have a large, like, you buy a computer and you just have a large language model on that computer, and it can run and it can do, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be like frontier level capability, but maybe it's, 2 years behind capability or something like that. That and I personally think that would be baller. Like, I would love to have unlimited tokens, all the inference and everything run by my local hardware. That would be wonderful. But then all the hidden costs with local models, such as your energy bills going through the roof. Yeah, and again, that's like, we have to solve all those problems. That's what I mean by like, it has to be, using a large language model for a consumer has to be as easy as turning your PC on and connecting to the internet, right? It has to be that easy. It has to be that ubiquitous. It can't cost a bunch of extra money and resources. You know, the average person just doesn't make, they don't generate anything from their token usage, right? Their token usage is purely for their own either personal entertainment or their own personal benefit. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be a monopoly. Although you could kind of argue it's already a monopoly. It's like a duopoly at the moment, right? Maybe a triopoly. I don't even know if that's a word. I mean, there's really only 3 or 4 companies in the world. Hedge funding AI companies to their doom while you're shorting AI companies? I don't know, man. Shorting is dangerous, you know? If you get it right, it's wonderful, but if you get it wrong, it can ruin you. I don't know. I'm so conservative. I'm so conservative and risk adverse when it comes to my money. I work so hard to get it, you know? Anything that's risky like that, not doing it. So basically the main challenge is the hardware they need to build more data centers. For the inference or the cost of the tokens, I actually don't know. I honestly don't know what they need to drive down the cost of the tokens. I mean, obviously more plentiful compute probably, right? Probably need to find better ways to use that compute, you know, efficiencies. Maybe things on like the architecture side of the models. I mean, the biggest issue with the model companies' business models is the training, right? I think the tokens are profitable, but the training is so expensive that it sort of it puts a huge drag on the profitability, the overall profitability of the companies, right? So it's this weird business model where you gotta every year, like, okay, let's say if you're starting a factory, for example, right? Manufacturing is a very capital intense business. You have to buy a bunch of machinery, you got to ship the machinery, move the machinery, set the machinery, get it up and running. You know what I mean? That's a very capital intensive outlay. But once you make that capital investment up front, you don't have to buy new machines and set them every year, right? Like you don't replace your factory floor with the same capabilities or the next generation of those machines every year, right? But the model companies are kind of doing that, where model companies basically, they have to spend all this money to do training runs to get the model. Then they sell the model, they sell what the tokens that the model generates. But then if they want a more capable model, they have to do another capital outlay to train the next. So it's like this constant capital expense that's always draining on your business. I'm not really sure how they ever get around that, because if you're not training the next more capable model, but your competitors are, then what is your selling point to your customer? Because your customers are developers who are taking your tokens and translating them into useful pieces of software or useful workflows for people. So your selling point as a model company is to always be on the leading edge and have the most capable model. So you're kind of always forced to do this capital expenditure year after year after year. So I don't really know how the only thing I can think of is like you have, as a model company, you sort of have to pivot from not being a model company, where like what you do is you train like the best model, but you don't sell the best model. You use the model for your own applications, and then you sort of go up the stack. So now instead of being a model company, you're an applications company, but because you have the best model and nobody else has access to that model because you're not providing it through API usage, your applications are better than everybody else's, right? And then that prevents you from having to constantly train the next capable thing. But I can't come up with another approach that would actually work. The incentifying of future AI, yeah. I don't know. It's a very interesting, the business and the financing and the debt, all that, almost the whole story around model companies is almost more interesting than the technology. And it'll be very fascinating to see how this all plays out whenever they write. It'll be interesting once let's like fast forward 10 years and somebody makes the first documentary, right, about all this, or writes the first book that's like the history of all this. It'll be very interesting to watch and read all that. Ugh. Okay. What's next? We gave up on testing, so now we are doing we are going to do I just realized something. Hold on, I gotta change something about my scene setup. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Also, I don't think we've had any disconnects again today. Man, I really think we solved the network problems I was having. Yeah, 3.5 hours yesterday with no interruption, 3.4. This hiccup here was just my machine restarted randomly. Network issues have been resolved. All right, let's add a new command called function command help. Let's not do this anymore. just gonna do format.println. You can do that. Remove this. Remove that. All right, so now our command help function needs to say, welcome to the Pokedex usage. Help displays it. Okay, so what we're gonna do is let's move our command registry up here. Let's move our type up here. And then command help is actually going to loop over the commands, right? So I'm going to say format.println. Welcome to the Pokedex. And then we're going to say usage. We need an empty line here. And then we're going to loop over for command range over commands. And we're going to print format.printf. And we're going to take in, this will be the name of the command, and then this will be the description. So we'll say c.name and c.description, like this. Then we'll return nil. And we're just going to abandon writing tests, too many arguments. We're going to abandon writing tests for the meantime right now until we figure out what the shape of all this looks like. Oh, and then we have to register it. This is kind of a, to me, this is kind of a smell right here. I don't know why we duplicate that here. We should just probably use this as the key, just treat the key as the name. Or have constants or something. I don't like the fact that the magic string exists in two places. Then we do command help. Displays a help message. I solved my network for the time being too. Nice, dude. Yeah, I was plagued by this constant intermittent disruption when I was streaming, like randomly. It would just, and it would always happen like at the exact same time for the exact same stream. So I knew it had to be something local because there's no way Twitch and YouTube are experiencing, I mean, there's very low likelihood, right, that that's happening. And what it turned out to be, or what I think it was I think I was using IPv6 addresses. Either I was resolving the services via IPv6 or my machine was announcing itself. Well, I don't know what the right terminology is, but the minute I turned off IPv6 in my network adapter and I set the registry key in Windows to prefer IPv6 over, or IPv4 over IPv6, all the issues went away. It's the weirdest thing. Initialization cycle. Oh, that's because command help is referenced in. Interesting. Okay. So how did you write that then? Commands refers to command help refers to, yes, it does. So how did you get around that? I'm not sure how they got around that. Hey, what's up, X1 Zul? Hey, what's going on, man? How are you? Hi, Steven. Today I worked on HTML building a cat website. Yes, I remember that lesson. I've done that lesson. I learned how to make a recipe page, and I'm learning fundamentals, but it's going very well. Already busy for some hours now. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, I love Free Code Camp. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Might as well learn Rust to reverse engineer your Pomodoro timer. I bet you could. I bet you could rebuild this app without too much effort in a language you know. It's basically all it is it's basically a stateful object that keeps track of the number of seconds for each phase, and then it has some state that keeps track of what phase it's in, and then it just runs a loop and decrements the number of seconds. And obviously there's like some display stuff in there, but most of the display stuff is happening from Ratatouille and packages. So it's really not that complicated of an app. You could probably implement it in whatever language you know very, very easily. It's on, and it is on my GitHub if you want to look at it. It's called Termato. It's on my GitHub if you're interested. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think most things in computer programming boil down to some level of state machine, you know? It's like iterables and iterators in most languages are just state machines under the hood to one extent or another. Okay, I don't know how. So in the instructions on boot.dev, it says you can dynamically generate the usage section by iterating over the registry of commands. That way, the help command will always be up to date with the available commands. So how did he get around the cyclical? I don't know how he did it. I do like it a lot, just going for the process. Also, why did YouTube not tell me you were live? I don't know, man. Maybe something with YouTube's notifications. I try to post in Discord whenever I go live. I try to always make a post in the streams channel in there. But I don't know why. I don't know why YouTube wouldn't let you know. Oh, it did. YouTube didn't post. Oh, that's weird too, because YouTube didn't post in my stream either. So since you didn't receive the notification, that makes sense. So my bot didn't receive the notification either. I wonder what would cause that. I know I can trigger it again if I change the description. I believe it'll set off the notification again. Yeah. Huh. That's super weird. I don't know. I don't know what determines whether YouTube sends a notification or not. Super strange. So I missed 3 hours for 3 hours already? Yes, I've been live for 3 hours, but it's Sunday, so I'm just I'm chilling, hanging out. I didn't get up early this morning.
Become best friends.
Thank you very much for subbing, DevBot. Appreciate that. I hope you're not really a bot. Oh, we have dev human and dev bot. Okay, I don't know how you all good at programming. I started grinding a few years ago and I'm bad. Even basic coding stuff, maybe AI usage made my foundation weak. I don't know where to start. Dev human free code camp's a good resource. I'm currently playing boot.dev for fun, which has been a good resource. I feel like the people who are good at programming, it takes lots of reps. Obviously, there's some innate ability. Like I'll probably never be as good as John Carmack or, Tim Sweeney or any, these guys that are kind of legendary developers. I'll probably never be as good as them. But my belief is if I keep working at it and keep practicing, I will eventually be adequate. I just have a lot of fun doing it. So that makes it easy. That makes it easy for me to make time to do it because I enjoy it a lot. Yesterday, I think you didn't terminate the live. Live was live, and you reattached to it. Maybe. I'm pretty sure I ended the stream. I mean, sometimes I do forget to end the streams, but I'm pretty sure I ended the stream yesterday. But maybe not. Oh, you know what, Arvin? Maybe you're right. Because I'm looking at my list of lives. I'm looking at my list of lives, and it looks like there's only one where I was building a Pokedex, but maybe there's only been one? No, I guess there's only been... I have no idea, man. The days roll together for me. Maybe that is what happened. Maybe Arvin's right. Who knows? How to join the Discord? If you just type !Discord, !Discord, there should be a link. It's a very easy link to remember. It's just discord.stephenfreeborn.com. And you are more than welcome. You're more than welcome to join. Obviously, if people are jerks or act like assholes, I'll probably kick you because I've got that dad energy, but... So yesterday, hours after your live ended, YouTube kept recommending your live, but it was blank with 0 viewers. Oh shit, well then maybe I did. Maybe I did forget to end it. I could have sworn I ended it, but maybe I got distracted. Wouldn't it say though if I went to my stream on, wouldn't it say if I went to my channel, wouldn't it say how long I've been live for? And this one says 3 hours ago. Huh. I don't know, man. Maybe it resets when you reconnect to it or something. It's a mystery. Yeah, that's what I show over here. Oblivion is 3:34. That's what I show as well. But I don't know. I'll try to be more diligent about ending it. Where are you working right now? You can go to my LinkedIn to see kind of my job history if you're curious. LinkedIn. But I live in Kansas City, Kansas in the United States, and I work for a company that makes GRC software. And then I'm in my basement right now of my house, if that's what you meant, if you were being very literal with where do I work. And my job, if you want to know my job, I just work as a quality engineer, which basically means I do manual and automated testing for software that my company makes. And it's good. It's good. I enjoy it. And then in my free time, I like to lift weights, hang out with my family. I like to spend time making stuff on the internet. It's fun. It's a good way to pass the years. Okay, so this is obviously not going to work. So we need to move off of this. So let's figure out how we get past this. So we can't reference commands in command help. Can we do something like... What if we do something like this, where we remove that and we remove that? And then can we add them? Can we add them? So here's what I'm thinking is, can we do... Well, let's just try it first. So let's take out command help here. And if I do commands help, and I set the callback equal to command help, does that produce the same issue? I guess. Well, I can't even do that at a top level, can I? So I wonder how he did it dynamically, because in his notes he says you can dynamically generate the usage section by iterating over the registry of commands. That way the help will always be up to date with available commands. So how did he iterate over the registry without causing a self-reference? Maybe there's a technique to do this in Go. That's common. Well, let me guess. Do you play Minecraft? Occasionally with my kids. My kids haven't been playing much Minecraft, but when they were younger, we played Minecraft quite a bit together. They would play on their iPads and I'd play on my Xbox. They're not as into Minecraft these days, though. My oldest has been playing a lot of Skyrim. They both have been playing a lot of this game called Planet Crafter recently, which is kind of Minecraft-esque, but yeah, no, I'm not a big Minecrafter myself personally. I would like to beat it one time by myself, you know, in survival mode, just to say I've done that, you know, beat the Ender Dragon, but I've never done that. If I play video games, I'm usually playing Call of Duty most of the time. Quality engineer is a LinkedIn job title. A dev who writes tests and is also a QA. Yeah, it is a LinkedIn QA. I think it's my original title when I moved over to the product side of the house at the company was as a quality analyst. So when it was time for like a promotion, I think it just made the most sense to like, oh yeah, we'll just slap, you know, a different title on the end of QA. I think was probably the reasoning there. I don't know. I don't think I at this point with the state of AI, I think I like the fact that I don't work as a developer professionally, because it just seems like developers now are becoming sort of AI agent wranglers, or that's kind of the expectation. So I don't know if I'll, at least in the next few years, I don't know if I'd ever want to work as a dev full time. I like being able to do development in my free time on my own terms. That's fun. But doing it for somebody else may not be that fun. Yeah, for sure I can. There you go. You are in. Okay, go. How to deal with, what do they call this error? Initialization cycle. How to deal with initialization cycle. Bingo. Just don't do it, I guess. Invert the... So you can separate them into different packages, invert the dependency. Just that's not really what I have going on here. I have a registry of commands, and each command contains a function. One of the commands is help that iterates over the registry. I like that approach. That's smart. Okay, so I like this approach. So what we'll do is we will do basically what I was gonna do. So go back. So we're gonna do the same thing, only we are going to do this. Yeah, I like this approach. So let's do type command line CLI. We'll do type. How do you find out techniques you don't know? Well, personally, I just ask ChatGPT or I scrap through a few pages, but it's kind of ineffective. So what do you do? I've learned a lot from reading other people's code. Like at work, whenever there's a PR, I almost always read it, regardless of what it's doing. I almost always read the PRs, which is nice because we have four or five different developers, and so they all kind of write code and solve problems in different ways. And so reading their PRs is great because I get exposed to kind of the way they think about things and the way they understand the system and the way they like to just style and kind of organize their code. I've learned a lot from just using other packages and libraries in a lot of different languages, right? Where you see a pattern or you see a certain way, a certain API style, and you're like, I wonder how they do that. I've taken quite a few courses on Pluralsight of different design patterns, specifically in C#, but obviously design patterns are usually applicable even outside of a particular language. So it's just kind of like you're collecting all these reference points and you're kind of putting all these tools in your toolbox. And then the tricky part is really being able to pattern recognize when a situation calls for a particular thing or when a particular thing would be helpful, you know? That's probably the thing that takes the longest. And I'm not really sure there's another good way to develop that other than actually just a lot of time with your fingers on the keyboard. Gemini is good too, or whatever your favorite AI chat bot is. I think those are good uses because obviously it's kind of a distillation of the corpus of human experience in some way. So I think that's perfectly useful. Yeah, you're trying to expose yourself, right? It's all about exposure. How are you supposed to know a particular way to solve something exists unless you've seen it before? The projects got stacked up, but the learning was less. Yeah, I mean if you were building all those projects with the help of an AI agent, a lot of people tell me that they can learn doing that. I personally can tell you firsthand that I don't learn with AIs. When AI does for me, I do not learn. That's actually why I've kind of nerfed all my AI agents that I do use. They can only work in read-only mode. They can't write. They can't execute commands. So I still have to do everything, but I do use them to help me. But I still remain kind of the driver, right? And they're more of like a pair programmer, right? Or like a helpful senior. The most helpfully unhelpful senior programmer. But yeah, I just think there's something about the doing that's important, and when you're not doing, you tend to think you know, but you don't really know. It reminds me a lot of tutorial hell. I think it's the same kind of experience you have when you've done a tutorial or you've done a course, and you're like, great, I learned a bunch of stuff, and then you go off to build a project on your own, and you're like, what? How do I do that? What was that about? And it's because you weren't actually like internalizing the information. You were just kind of rote following what was being told or what was being said and kind of you're mimicking, right? Which is it's a very different thing than internalizing information. And I feel like AI kind of creates that same mimic type of behavior. So I feel your pain. I feel your pain. Also, all these can be lowercase. They don't need to be public. Okay, so then the idea here is then we have a function where we register the commands. So then we can do, instead of doing that, we do this. Those are still fine. But now what we're gonna do is we're basically gonna say var help command is going to be a CLI command like this. We're basically just gonna move all this here. And we can, doesn't really matter how we define this. We can do a inline or we can do a callback, doesn't really matter. Oh, this is exit command. And then we do same thing for help. We say var. Don't let AI take away your reps. Yep, that's my quote. And I still stand by it. I still believe it. There's a lot of people that say I'm wrong because it's not going to matter. It's, you know, that they say it's not going to matter in a future state whether you got the reps or not. You know, the AI will be that good, and so I am totally okay if I'm proven wrong. But right now, my bet is that it still will matter. That competency still will be a thing. But we ultimately won't know. You know, we'll have to come back here in 10 years and see where it all landed. Okay, then we'll define a function that's, let's see, func. It's so fun to see when I did not learn yet what you do right now. I can't even know what it means. Basically, all I'm doing right now is I'm trying to build basically a list of commands in such a way that I can then derive the help text from the list of commands. So instead of having to like explicitly type out in the help message, these are the commands available, we just want to be able to have one place that's essentially a registry or a listing of everything that the app does, and then we derive the help text from that. And I was having an issue where multiple things were like self-referencing in this kind of cyclical way. And so I'm getting around that by defining these separate structs that kind of put a layer of indirection between that self-referencing, so I can get around it. Is all I'm doing. As far as what the project we are building, we're building a Pokedex. My goal right now on stream is to reach the Archmage level, which is level 100 on boot.dev. And so we're doing a guided project where we build a Pokedex. Untyped nil. So it can't be nil because it's not a pointer, right? Cannot use C as CLI command value in assignment. It's time for a break. So I guess what I could do here is I could say if C does not equal this. Struct containing function. So how do I check to see if the command is nil? See, Arvin, have a good day, man. Like today with the build a recipe page, I did not even read the left list what free code camp gives, so I just did it on my head and added some fun things. I think that's the best way to do it, man. I think that's the best way to do it. I think when you have a moment of inspiration, go for it. You know, you learn the most by going off the beaten path. You really, really do. What is this song? Talking about death. Why are you mad? Undefined registry? Oh, yeah. Also, these can be lowercase too. I don't know. Maybe we just do this. If C.name does not equal empty, then we'll register it. Let's do that. Okay, then we have to actually build a way to register, and we can't call. I guess we do this in our main, huh? Okay, so let's do. I don't think we need this context thing. We don't need this either. Oh, I guess we do need that actually. You do need this. So we need the registry. We need it for a particular reason. We need it because we need these callbacks. Let's do type, CLI or command. Command. Do we have a command type? I don't think we do, but let's do command func. Alias is func. And we take a context and it returns an error like that. And then the callback becomes a command func, which means all of these need to accept context. Don't mean they have to necessarily use it, but they need to accept it. And then that's what allows us to get access to the commands, because we can say c.registry.commands like this. And now we have that level of interaction. We don't need the commands object anymore, but we will have to let's move this stuff. So we're going to move this stuff to, where are we going to move it? We're going to move it down below. Like that. And then we're going to define another method. Let's move those down below here. Just do a little organization. Then let's go to here and let's make another one. This will be function new register. And this will just return a registry. And this will return registry, like that. I mean, I guess you could actually pass in you know what I mean? Like, I guess you could actually have this accept a list of commands to start with. But that's probably fine. So the idea would be here in the main.go is you'd pass this as another dependency, obviously. I think I'll just hard code it. I think I'll just hard code it in there. So what we'll do is we'll say commands.go, and we will say return registry equals this, and we will return R. And then in here, we'll do our registering. So we'll say r.register, and we'll register. This also can be lowercase. Where are you? Register. Register. And then this is where we'll do our registration. So this will be a help command, and so we'll say CLI, or we'll say help command. Help command's not a type. I mean, yeah, I mean, you're right. Okay, so we'll do that in the register function. Oh, command, and then that was a lot of work, but the whole point of all that work was just to get around the self-referential stuff. So now in our REPL, wherever it uses commands, we will just say we only want to do this once outside the loop. So we'll say registry equals new register, like that. So that's doing all the heavy lifting. And then this down here will be registry.commands. And what, you're still angry about what? This would be registry.context. But not registry. Oh no, context has a registry. So we need a context object is what we need a new of. Okay, let's invert. Let's move this up then. As a slow learner, I mostly just complete a lot and then just redo the lesson maybe 3 times to remember it all throughout the days. I don't think there's anything with redoing lessons. I do think it's important to just remember that like you're never gonna memorize everything, right? Looking things up is normal, right? Researching things is normal. Not knowing how to do things is normal. That's a normal part of it. I mean, that's a normal part of any engineering, right? That's the inherent work of being a scientist or being an engineer is being handed a problem that has a lot of uncertainty, but knowing how to use the tools that are available to you to solve it, to come up with a solution, right? So I would just encourage you that you don't need to necessarily feel like you need to have perfect recall, right? Or know everything off the top of your head. You just want to feel like you can explain what it is you were doing and why you did the things that you were doing. But you don't necessarily need to do things so many times that it becomes rote. There will definitely be things that you do so many times that it becomes rote, like writing a for loop or things like that. That's just like you can memorize it on the spot, or if you work in the same code base all the time. But I would just encourage you that I think that's why using AI isn't all bad. Like AI is definitely much more helpful than search for finding the answers to questions. And I think that's why I'm still a fan of using agents, but I want the agent to not be a doer. I want it to be a questioner, a reviewer, a searcher, an advisor to some extent. What would you do if in this case? Like I like that. I like using it that way. But I still want to be the driver, right? I still want to be the pilot. I guess I'm not at a place maybe in my career, or I guess I just don't have an interest in letting AI be the pilot. Maybe I get to the point where some of these other people are who have been coding for 20 years. Maybe I become like Uncle Bob, who's been coding for so long and doing it for so much that he's happy to turn all that work over to an agent. I'm personally not, because I that's the part of the work that I kind of really enjoy. But to each his own. To each his own. Do you got any ideas how to build up from HTML to ethical white hacker Steven? How to build up from HTML to an ethical white hacker? I mean, I think you're on the path. I think going through Free Code Camp is going to give you exposure to a lot of technologies and a lot of software development related things. Suraj, thanks for the sub. I don't necessarily know though if Free Code Camp will lead you to the hacker path. I think when I think of white hacker, I think of you know, a pen tester. I think of somebody who does pen testing or penetration or stress testing for a living. And so maybe after you get through free code camp, you start looking at things like maybe capture the flag. There's a lot of like hack the box stuff like that might be good for you to try. Because I do think there's a very big difference between a software engineer and somebody who tries to exploit things, right? Like, so there is a different skill set there. There's some overlap, but it's in my very nascent, limited, right, knowledge. They're definitely feel different. So this would be context. Let's see, this would be this context. Okay, and then we return C, and so then in C, this is where we're gonna want to say registry is equal to a new registry, right? And we're just going to move all this to the new context, which I think begs the question, do we need the... I think it begs the question if we need the indirection here. I think there's a layer of indirection we don't need. So this is our registry. And then we're going to move C down here. Undefined R. Okay, yeah, and I think we can get rid of this. Don't need that. And let's go ahead and move the registry type. Let's put that up here. Okay. Let's see. Cloud says to do Python, Java, C++ for those things, and HTML. Then he says you clear to go for the ethical white hacker. Who's Cloud? I'm not sure I know who Cloud is. Or do you mean Claude? Yeah, my bad. You mean Claude. I don't know if I've never worked as a pen tester. I've never done that type of stuff. The closest I've even gotten to that world is playing Capture the Flag on Hack the Box. But from my, I guess, like uninformed maybe observations, it just seems like people who are kind of white hack, ethical hackers, these are people who spend all their time understanding how to exploit systems, whether through technical or social means, which means you do have to have a deep can you maybe, oh yeah, for sure. Here, one sec. Let's see, hack the box. But I guess what I mean is somebody who's doing that work, it's like you do have to have deep technical knowledge, but then you also have to have this ability to like reverse engineer and understand what technologies are being used by the system that you're looking to exploit, and then you have to understand like the details of those underlying, you know what I mean? It is like software engineering in the sense that you need to have an understanding of how systems are built and the technologies that are used, but it's kind of from a different perspective, I guess. Here is Hack the Box. Did I send that to the right place? There you go. Hey, Minister of Defense, how are you? What's up? We are slowly making our way through some Go code. Slowly but surely. Building a Pokedex. build in a Pokedex. So this is actually going to be new context. We're going to change that to context. And then context will access. See, I don't think we need that extra layer of indirection. Cannot use context as a context value in argument. And why is that? Oh, yes. Okay, I think we've finally done it. Sign entry in nil map. Commands dot go. Oh. So we need. There we go. Okay, so we can do exit. Okay, and then let's try run or help. That's good, but those need to be on new lines. I'll be interested to see how he did this. Let's see, print F. We need new line here. Oh, there we go. That's what they wanted, right? Finally got it. Hey, let's go. Are we building a REPL? Yes, we're building a REPL in Go for a Pokedex. Okay, so this is what they wanted. This is what we got here. Help displays a help message. Exit the Pokedex. Okay, so they're just in the wrong order. Well, actually, I think the order will always be random, won't it? Commands is a what? Commands is a map, right? Oh no, it won't be. Yes. The maps are random, right? Iterating a map in Go random order. Yeah, it randomizes the order. But question, if you're trying to have fun, why aren't you using Java? Because boot.dev has us using Go. You're working on a lot of fun projects. Yeah, they're all boot.dev projects. So I can only give credit. I'm not creative enough or smart enough to come up with all these different project ideas. So the question becomes, how do we make sure help always prints first, or does it matter if help prints first? I mean, it probably should matter. It probably should matter that it prints in this. If I was a user, I would find it odd if the help message changed every time I used it. Full disclosure, maps in general are unordered. Yeah. So I feel like we should probably do a little bit of work here to make it print the same way every time. I honestly don't think their tests are going to care. So I might just add a note here to come back and revisit this before we are done. Probably want to print in same order every time. But I think we could pass the checks. Run the CLI commands to test your solution. So let's try. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I think it'll pass. Oh no! Expected standard out to contain closing the Pokedex. Goodbye. I think I'm missing a space, aren't I? Looks like there's 2 spaces and I just have a single one. Oh, I don't have it. I don't have a space in there, do I? We need a space. There we go. We completed 1 lesson today. We completed 1 lesson. You should just sort it. Yes, we should sort it. Indeed, we should. I agree with that. I appreciate you saying congratulations. We did not accomplish much today. We spent a lot of time talking, and I spent a lot of time futzing with debuggers and music, and then futzing with how to dynamically derive the help menu. I am curious. Let's see how they solve the. Let's see how they solve the cyclical problem. I do want to earn my chest today, but I'm also ready to take a break from streaming. So I probably will work on this a little bit again today. I don't know if I'll stream it or not, but I'll definitely work on it again today. Let's see what they did. Solution files. Okay, so they got the same. So he has a get commands function. Command help. Where's command help? Command help. Oh, interesting. So he just has a function that constructs the map every time. So he constructs the command once to get the commands so he can call the callback, and then he constructs the commands again within the callback so that he can iterate over them. And it doesn't look like he's worrying about ordering either. So I guess his help message will change every time too anyways. I actually would then like to try to simplify my solution here. The solution I came up with seems overly complicated. And I think there's one level of indirection that I don't need. Like, I don't think I need this registry. I think I could just have context commands. I feel like I can just move this here. Yeah, I think this will work. So I can do commands, then just stick. I do like the register call. I do like that. And then we'll change the register so that it exists on a context object, not a registry object. And then we will move this guy here. Don't need you anymore. And then we do context.commands. And let's just, I guess we'll just go ahead and do that here. How do we map dot sort? Is there a way to sort it? Sort a map and go. Sort map and go. I guess we just do it that way. So let's do keys. Sorted keys. Yeah, sorted keys is going to be equal to a slice of strings. And then we're gonna say for, we're gonna do the same loop twice. So I'll do K. We'll do sorted keys dot append K. Then we'll call strings dot sort. Sort dot strings sorted keys, like that. And then we'll iterate over, we'll do for for key range over key range over sorted keys. This. Oh, yeah. I should have broke at some point, shouldn't I have? Yeah, I've been learning for a while too. I think I'll reset my timer here, and I think I will finish this, and then I think I will also break. I think you, sir, are a wise man. Let's see. So we got sorted keys, and then we can do commands. C.commands, we'll get the key. Format.println, printf. We'll do %s, and a new line. This will be command.name, and command.description, like that. And so now we should get predictable context. Oh, yeah, I forgot to. Help. Cool. Get status, get add, get commit, m feature, add help, and exit commands. Wonderful. Okay, it's time for food. It's time for a break. Like I said, I am gonna do more boot.dev today. I don't know if I'll do it on stream. If I feel like it, I will. But I might come back tomorrow and be on a different course. We didn't level up or anything today. I'm not honestly, I'm not happy with how much progress I made today on stream, but probably shouldn't be streaming if my number one goal is progress. We might be on, when I come back tomorrow, we might be learning SQL. So, but if I see you later today, great. If not, no worries. I'll see you tomorrow morning. I hope you guys have a great rest of your, what is it, Sunday? I hope you have a great rest of your Sunday. And if it's already Monday or you're a time traveler, I hope you have a great rest of your Monday. See ya. See you, X1. Thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate it. Bye, guys. Bye. Have a good day.